Hello, hello. There we go. But yeah, this is what I've been working on. This is mostly sketchy. Some of them are a little bit less so. But we're going to be doing some line art right now. um, I'm not trying to make it super clean, but just a little bit cleaner than some of this. I might not go like full line art mode here, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel about it as time goes on. Hmm. I guess we'll just go ahead and do the boy next. Oh yeah, but we also have some new tunes because I had to change how I do my music and stuff, so we'll see how it all goes. But yeah, this is kind of like actually a pretty big project for me. I usually don't do big groups like this. It's gonna be just maybe a little weird because they don't really. They're probably not gonna have like pupils for this because they're supposed to kind of be like stone or marbly. Thank you for the follow. Let me make sure I get all my stuff organized. Hey! How's things? Oh god. Okay. Oh, this. Up. Chips and dip. That sounds good though. Oh, it's going. We're only on, well, I kind of did La Habrea by accident because I was fixing him, and I ended up making him pretty clean. So we moved on to the other boy. And we're just trying to get all of the shapes the way I want them. Hmm. I mean, the good thing about your boy here is he already, like, looking like a Greek statue. We love that for him. Hmm. No, I don't think I like that, actually. Okay. Hmm. Heyo! I know, right? I'm famous. The universe heard me talking about it all the time. Oh. Oh, also, yeah, this is the first, like, stress test for the music setup, I guess. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, apart from it, like, stopping every certain amount of time to ask me if I'm still watching it, it works fine as far as I've been able to tell. Look at this fucking nerd. I didn't even tell you guys that I came up with new convocation theories while I was looking up research for this. There we go. So we have at least two convocation members that we don't have, like, a specific, explanation as to what their job is. And it's the only two. They were the only ones not, like, given... like, if you asked Hades about it, if you asked Emet-selch about it, he just didn't list them. He didn't talk about them. Which is weird. But just to kind of, like, get some vibes, I went and, like, looked up some research stuff. Well, one of them was Nabrialis. We don't know his actual job in the convocation. And my whole thing is that, like, both of his powers and how he talks and the things he says in his soul crystal talk about, like, the decay, and, like, his scion of light was, like, what was it, Kukulin? And so I kind of think he has something to do with, I don't want to say decay, you know? Like, I'm not entirely sure exactly what it would be. Or that maybe he's, like... What was the other thing I had? That he was, like, kind of the Earth one, that he was, like, the geologist of them all. And that, you know, eventually we all return to the Earth is kind of his thing. But we just don't have anything to prove that. It was just an idea. So and then the other one that we know nothing about at all is Dudelaphon. And then, again, for fun, I went to go look up his Scion of Light too, and it's basically like, it's a chicken-looking creature, but it's basically like Ramu, sort of, where it's like a lightning bird for justice and blah 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 blah. And I was like, okay, well, they already have a convocation seat for, like, a justice and order, and that's Pashtara. or Pashtero. Um, but the other thing that like Ramu was always kind of attached to was like wisdom and knowledge, and so I kind of came up with the idea that maybe Dudalafon is actually like the historian, like the chronicler for the Convocation. Because I think that makes sense that they would have one. Somebody out here recording history. And the other thing is that doesn't really give us a reason as to why Emet-selch didn't list them, outside of like the writers just didn't come up with it yet. But I don't know if that's true. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense for that to be one of them, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense for it to be Nabrialis. At least from what we know of him, that doesn't make sense. But yeah, until they give us like a straight answer about like who they are and what their position was, which I mean, I would say at this point it might I don't believe we won't ever get it. Like there's no way that's going to be information they never give you. Or at least I don't think it is, considering they want you to like have attachments to the Convocation and that whole backstory of everything. I just don't think it's been revealed yet. For whatever reason. I don't know. I like learning about the Convocation. I hope we continue to learn more about it, even though, you know, that they're all gone. gonna die. I'm gonna die before I finish this. I thought that was gonna be followed with no dying before you finish it. It's my party and I'll die if I want to. Oh, so like me, Amber, and Poe came up with like plans for me to finally host my own art party one of these days. I just don't really have a date or a time. I'm not liking the shape of this. Well, so because we went to the one last night. That was kind of nice, and so we were talking about it again. And I was like, well, I always considered holding it like at my cottage, but it's just so small it wouldn't be able to fit people. Even like a small group, it wouldn't be able to fit a lot of people at all. Or that many. Which means everybody would be out, just like in the housing area. Which is fine, people do it all the time. But that would be kind of crowded. But it's become a bit more popular now with DC travel to like do it in actual like open areas, like in the maps, so that it can accommodate the people that are coming. And I was like, well, that would be cool, but I don't really know where I'd pick, because I don't really want to pick somewhere that's like gonna get in the way of somebody's like gaming experience. Yeah, like Coastal de Sol makes a lot of sense. Or like any of the major areas, more or less, but like this one was held at like Ultima Thule, and it was really, really nice. But I was like, imagine doing the MSQ quest line in Ultima Thule and coming across like a bunch of people just partying. I'd be like, that would be sad. So I kind of wanted it to be like somewhere fun, but sort of out of the way, or at least nowhere important, like Coastal de Sol, right? Like you could put anything there; it's not really gonna bother anybody. And I think we came up. I had a few ideas in my head. Like, I was like, well, where's like a wide open area that isn't gonna like be super intrusive? And I was like, well, Ilmeg is nice and big, and like the plot line there isn't as like heavy for the most part during most of it, and you're just running around doing like fairy quests. But then, of course, I also thought of like the steppe, which is like little signature area more or less. I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And then I don't know if it was Amber or Poe or one of Poe's friends or one of Amber's friends. We were all in a party together, and I lost track of who was saying what. But one of them also suggested this steppe. And I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so I went and scouted out areas in the steppe. The downside is that there's like, I guess unsurprisingly, there's mobs all over the steppe. And while I don't think a bunch of wolves couldn't handle a single mob, I wouldn't want them to have to. Like, every couple minutes, they just have to, like, kill a fucking mammoth or something. I'm like, that might get, like, annoying. And if you're tabbed out or doing something, you just get hit and you... I don't know. Whatever. I didn't want to... Ooh! Yeah. So I was like, well, maybe not. Because I really wanted it, like, down on the ground, and I wanted it to kind of be like... Yeah! Hold on, I'm getting there. And I wanted it to kind of be like the Nodum, like it's an art party that's kind of like reenacting the Nod. I mean, obviously PvP can't happen, but it'd be fun to kind of play that was the case, that we were all participating in the Nodum and drawing pictures, and everybody could wear their steppe gear, and it would be fun. But I just couldn't find a place on the ground to do that, so the other best suggestion was Magnai's house. We're basically gonna take over his house and steal his pool. So we have the place picked out. I just don't have like the time or the general idea of when would be the best time to do it. Because I don't want it to overlap too hard with anybody else. I mean, there's so many art parties, it's probably gonna, like, come up close with somebody else's. But I want to try and avoid that as much as possible. Magnai photo booth. We all just invade the throne room. Oh, yeah. Like a week ago. But yeah, so that's probably where I think I would do it, and then it would be like... I mean, you can wear whatever you want, I don't care. But like, make it Nodum or just steppe themed, and you can wear like favorite tribe colors or something if you want. Whichever. Or just wear whatever you want, it doesn't matter. It might be kind of fun. But that's as far as I got, because I'm too scared to actually like host anything or make any plans. Yeah, well, I want to pick it obviously far enough in advance for people to even see the listing, if at all. Like, I don't know. Every time I try to do something, it flops. So I don't. I'm just scared of it, you know. Yeah. I'm also scared of, like, again, I have to look in, I have to try and find a way to figure out, like, what art parties are going on within the a span of time, I guess. I don't know. Be like, okay, we'll avoid these days and or these times if you can. But it also has to be like a good time scheduled for me, and that's difficult to come across. Especially since I get like scared and burnt out around people. So I'll like I feel like I'll just bitch out. I'll be like, actually, I don't want to do this. If I'm still watching. Yep, I did. Yeah, like the art party last night, I went because Poe and the others were gonna be there, but I really genuinely didn't want to go. I mean, I'm glad I did. But like my first couple minutes there were like just stress, like the fact that I get the same type of stressed out. So I hate parties in real life. Like I hate being with groups of, unless it's like a small group of people that I know specifically that I can just talk to. If it's like a party, I will just shut down, right? And find a corner. And it's the exact same thing if I'm online in a stupid game. It's the exact same type of anxiety. It's awful. It's stupid. There's I don't know, there's something about just like you're completely just not you're not really noticed and you're not really in any of the conversations or in any of the groups of people or anything like that, and it makes me just not want to be there anyway. Not so weirdly, I don't feel as uncomfortable when I'm on Zerai or Vow. It's only when I'm on Little. Yeah, probably. I don't even know if it's about seeing things. It's just I don't know. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird to explain how I get social anxiety on an online game where like, it doesn't fucking matter. I mean, also like being a Lalafell, for the most part, you just kind of get buried so nobody sees you. So you don't get to interact with too many people because they do not perceive. Which you think would be a good thing, but I kind of want to interact with people. I'm just scared of it. But yeah, I don't know. I love Little. I just get nervous. And I want her to come with me to these parties because she's you know my main girl. Oh, Poe was so confused because I was like hiding behind him, and he was like, Why are you? I'm just as short as you are," and I'm like, "It's the principle of the thing." Oh my god, you killed my friend! Oh my god, imagine if FF14 had like proximity chat. No. That would make me not go anywhere ever. I mean, I would just turn it off, honestly, but like, no. Real fast, I just want to say, when I did like La Habrea's little fixes on his line work, it didn't take this long. It's because it's fucking Emet-selch. Favorite baby. Best boy. He is so pretty. He's also like not the centerpiece, but in the center of the composition, and he is a one of the focus people. So, well, La Habrea is kind of supposed to be too, but it's fine. When I was first kind of like sketching out this idea, I didn't know exactly who I wanted. Like the original idea was the Convocation of 14, and then I was like, it doesn't quite make sense because like the Convocation of 14 weren't a whole when like they summoned Zodiark and became the Asians. Like they didn't have a Zem, and we had so many of them that we just didn't have faces for. I was like, maybe it'll be good to like do something else. And I thought about doing like finding 14 or a handful of people from, like, the main game, like, the main 8 Trust Scions, and then probably, like, Kryl, and doing them kind of like this instead of the Convocation. I mean, kinda. Maybe? But yeah, but the Convocation made so much more sense for this. And the Scions don't necessarily, right? Like, kind of, but not really. I mean, I'm sure it would have been cool. Because, what was it? Theirs would have been a song of hope. They were also fucking desperate to prevent the end of days. That they sacrificed themselves. Like, it works. But it's not, like, the same level of, like, unity the Convocation had when they literally had to sacrifice all of the people they fucking loved to save as many of those people as possible, and like, they were treated as heroes for it, but when you read the Convocation crystals and stuff like that, a lot of them were kind of unsure. Like, they're like, this is the decision we made, but I don't necessarily, it sucks. It sucks that this is what we had to do. Like, I think the only ones shown to just have, like, no doubts at all, and even then, I'm sure it's questionable, were, like, Lahabrea and Igiorm, who were, like, the strongest of faith to the plan. From what I could tell, I think it was them. Which, of course, I'm sure they still weren't happy with the outcome, but... yeah, those were always the two that Elidibus remembered, too. Whenever he would remember the Convocation, it was always the Convocation speaker and then another member who was unnamed. So it was Lahabrea, and then people are pretty sure the other one was Iggy. Oh. Which quest? Who are you on? Cause you've already done these quests on Scroll. So Lulu? Oh. It's innocent. It's innocent for her and him, honestly. He doesn't care. Like, he doesn't think it's strange at all, or, you know, anything like that. I mean, little did it. Little may do.
Bonjour à tous, merci d'avoir regardé cette vidéo, on espère que ça vous a plu.
Oh,
Une
shit,
vidéo qui
yeah.
a un petit peu de retard.
There we go. But at the time, not so much. When she did those quests. Also, there's also a quest like that in Fafnir. And I remember sending you stuff about it. Aramvale's not canon. Even if it was, that's not what she did. Yeah, there's a quest like that in Fafnir too, and I feel like I remember, like, I don't know if it was... I'm sure I would talk to you about it. But, and I was like, how the heck does this happen at least all the time? It happens all the time to her. And she's like, oh my god, I hope Thancred doesn't see me oiling up this hot raw. The random, and then there was one right at the beginning where you put, like, hair oil on someone's head. I think that was part of the Hildebrand quest line. The ARR one. Yeah. It's a random... It's not a side quest, because then I wouldn't have done it. Are you sure? Because I feel like I remember you had to, like, keep rubbing it on him and you had to try, like, several times or something. And I don't think I would have done that side quest. Yeah, well, didn't he... It was like some old dude. He bought hair oil or something. You had to help him rub it on. And he was... Maybe I'm putting like two different quests together. Because didn't he... I don't know. Because wasn't it when you were interrogating the gladiator kid in the Hildebrand quest lines? Like the paladin kid, the blonde one who like stole shit or something. I don't remember that. I mean, sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know, man. Let me fix up La Habrea a little bit. Poor Lulu. Scrawl is like, did you have to do all of the same stuff I did? And Lulu's like, I don't know, I did blah 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 and blah blah blah. And Scrawl's like, oh my god. No. That's all she remembers. That's funny. God, it's like, I don't know. I love the idea that like the Scions don't actually know the weirder stuff Wool does, and Wool just thinks it's normal to do these things. And so they're like, yeah, I just rubbed oil on some dude so he was strong. Look, I just did it. And they were like, you what now? Why? Oh, he asked me to. Oh, okay. Well, we have to have a talk about you saying no. I don't know why. People just keep asking me to do it. Uh-huh. Well, Secret Life as like a masseuse. I feel like Little wouldn't think anything of it at this point. She's like, I don't know, people just ask me to do it all the time. I don't know. If I can get Eternal Sonata to work, that'll probably be the next game I play. Yeah, I've had the urge to play it again. It's fun. It's not like, okay, so it's not, I don't have the same feelings about it that I do like The Legend of Dragoon, where I'm like, oh no, it's a fucking underrated, amazing game that has stuck with me my entire life. Eternal Sonata is not a game I would... it's fine. it's fun, right? Like, it's a really fun game for me. The writing is so bad. It's so bad. And but I love it. I really enjoy it, so... It's not necessarily that kind of cringy bad, as much as it's like... Well, so, I don't remember how far Savvy got. But like the first big plot lines they talk about in it are like the fact that magic is actually a side effect of some unknown disease. No, but I don't remember precisely where she got. She didn't get that. I know she didn't get super far. I know she got past the fort. She got, like, that's the worst part in one of the worst parts in the game is the fucking fort, and she did get past that. But I don't remember I don't remember how far. But, like, the first plotline, you learn about, oh, magic is just a disease, and everybody's scared of it because they think they'll catch it. And I'm like, I mean, sure, I guess. But nobody knows anything about the disease. Or if it's, like, a specific disease, or if it's just any disease that will kill, like, if you're close to death, the closer you are to death, the closer to using magic you'll become, which means, like, old people must be really powerful. It's never explained, right? It's explained kind of in the meta of the game, that of what the disease is. It's the same disease that, like, Chopin suffered from or something, is kind of the implication, and there's a whole narrative about how Polka is representative of the younger sister Chopin had, or one of the younger sisters Chopin had, that died to some disease or something. But in the narrative of, like, the fantasy world and the game, it's not explained well. And then the first, like, fantasy story you go on is going to appeal for lower taxes. And I'm like, I mean, I guess. Very French. I mean, at first I kind of liked that, because I was like, what a weirdly realistic mindset. And then throughout the course of, I think at least as far as Savvy got, you learn that it's because evil shit's going on, that certain things are happening, because of course, right? But I don't know. The game's writing isn't good, and the story has potential. But it's kind of weird. It's a weird little game. But I always have a lot of fun playing it, so That's kind of why I want to play it. Like real life. Yeah. Hey, Po! Guys, if we're really lucky, by the end of the stream, I might have 3 of them done. Woo! We're gonna ease up on some of these for Hades. It's just because he has such, like, curly hair. And I love that for him. But yeah, if I can find a way to make that work, that'll be my next one. If not... I don't know, maybe I'll put like a poll on Twitter or something? Of the games that I want to play / can play. Because I don't have many. Which I've said several times, I only have a handful. Well, let's see. God damn it, Lahabria. Bitch. But yeah, let's see. What the fuck? Oh. But yay, I got 2 pretty boys. Beautiful boys. The only thing that makes me sad is because this isn't fucking colored, I can't make La Habrea with his beautiful red hair and dark skin. He's so fucking pretty. This is gonna be like the one and only situation where if Square Enix releases like a version that is not what I want, I will just reject it. I normally am just like, it's fine. It's okay. It's alright, but I'll be upsetty. And every time Square Enix is like, yeah, La Habrea is just like, blonde boy. And I'm like, no. No, he's fucking not. You're full of shit. Oops. Like, I swear to God, if they make his bitch ass look like, Lyson? Oh my God, what was his name? I'll be upset. He'll still be pretty, but I'll be upset. No, that's not who I was thinking of, but yes, like that. Hold on. Hold on. You've seen who I'm talking about, but I will show you again. That's who I think they're gonna make him look. And I don't want them to. Alright. For fun, we'll just... Scrawl's the only one in here, but we'll take a little vote. Who do you want me to work on next? Ellie? You're all good. The acts are supposed to be like 40 minutes apart. Or something. Like, I kind of looked up how to keep track of it and what to do with it. Sort of. I don't completely understand, but they have it's supposed to be every 40 minutes. Yeah, so if they make him look like that, he'll still be pretty, and he'll still be hot. But he will not be the hot I wanted him to be. And I will straight, like... It's one of those things where if I had the capability, it would be one of those things that convinced me to use crime tools to give him his proper look. Which I would never do, only because I don't have the capability to do it and I'm too scared of, like, fucking up my computer. But... if they... look, I will reject Square Enix's reality. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. But yeah, if La Habrea doesn't look like his son, I'll be upset. I will reject their version of La Habrea. I will make my own version and be happy and be like, what are you talking about? No, this is what he looks like. And they'll be like, but pictures. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about your pictures. Fuck you and your evidence. I don't give a fuck. Granted, I do think most of the fan base is together with this, that's what they want him to look like. Since we've seen Eric. I mean, I feel like at best they can just be like, no, that's what the mom looked like. La Habrea still is like blonde bitch. And I'm like, I guess. But based on the gods they're in theory, supposed to be, right? Like, so his mom was Athena. I think Athena was blonde and or brunette. But I am fairly certain that at least the La Habrea that is La Habrea during Pandemonium, well, if they follow Greek lore and Greek mythology, it should be Hephaestus, who is usually depicted with dark worn skin and red hair, because he's like a crafter, and he's always in front of the furnace and stuff. I don't know, it makes sense to me that that's what he would look like. But yeah, genuinely disappointed if they don't make him look like that. I mean, if they don't show him at all, fine, I guess, but I don't believe that they wouldn't at this point, because we've seen well, in theory, we've seen all of the other Unsundered. Like, we don't have confirmation on Themis, and how funny I would find it if that was not a little bit. I would find it so fucking funny if that wasn't him. But I'm all but certain it is. But we've seen all of the Unsundered now, except for La Habrea. And I want to know. I want to know what the boy looked like before he went crazy. Could be. I mean, that's definitely a possibility at this point. It would just be older Eric. Which is fair. That's fair. Eric is good looking. He's at a point in the story where I can't take him too seriously right now, because he's like a baby bitch. He's sweet though. He works really hard. I feel bad for him. Oh, it also is funny because of the thing I said earlier where, like, every time Elidibus remembers the Convocation, he always remembers the speaker. The speaker of the Convocation is who he always remembers as a supporter. He was always the one. Oh, that's cute! I do kick his ass in Raid. Well, I don't even kick his ass that frequently because we cleared all of his content. We got all of our clears from him in the first couple weeks. They cleared him like the first lockout. He's not difficult in Savage. Like, the hardest part is I don't even remember the name of the mechanic. But you get a timer. And you have to go to specific spots with your timer. And you have so little time to move sometimes to get to your specific spot with your timer. Yeah, he's not difficult at all. He's really easy. The horse is a bit harder. The bird sucks ass. And Hesperos is only hard because of Pinax. Yeah. What was it? They were missing me the first week, so they had a sub. And they were like, oh, we're sad you're gonna miss it. But they just cleared it, and they were like, oh, we'll just take it, it's fine. We actually had more trouble later, because we were all so comfortable in the fight that we would just fuck up easy mechanics because we weren't paying attention. And my raid leader was like, oh my god, you guys. Get it together, please. It's so easy. But you gotta focus at least a little bit. But I barely remember that fight because we didn't really learn it. There was nothing to really learn. We just did it. Like, the horse I remember pretty clearly, because we spent quite a bit of time learning that one. And then I remember the bird pretty well. And we're still doing Hesperos clears, so I usually remember that one. The hardest part for me on the Hesperos ones is the second part. And that's not because it's necessarily hard, but it's because all of the mechanics for it are similar in visual. They all look similar. They're different, but it's always tethers with, like, AoE explosions in towers, right? And it always looks the same. And so when I do it, I get mixed up on, like, which one we're on sometimes. And I'll be like, which one is this? Oh, right. Hmm. Yeah, Eric is easy. Baby back bitch. Well, my whole thing, okay, so the only thing, not the only thing, but one of the things I don't think the Laha Brea that is, I think it's the same one, right? Like, I don't think it's Eric. What I think it is, well, because the Laha Brea that is, oh my god, the Laha Brea that is currently Laha Brea in Pandemonium is the same one that made Phoenix. And that tracks with the Laha Brea we know in ARR and what they said about him in Shadowbringers. That's really, like, kind of the defining thing for me, that I'm like, this is the same person that had to make Phoenix by the way they describe him all the time. Well, he made the Phoenix that's in Pandemonium, at least. And if anybody made the successful Phoenix, well, I don't think there is a successful Phoenix. They never talked about a successful one. Phoenix was a test that failed, and now it lives in Pandemonium, and I think that's the only one that exists. And any worship of Phoenix and summoning of the Primal is based off of that thing. Because Laha Brea would be the one to go around and be like, ooh, this is an all-powerful god, you should worship, summon it. It's such a great little blah blah blah. It would be him, right? Like, he's the creation specialist, the summoning specialist. He would be the one to do that. He was also, I think, the one who would go and talk. He's fucking Gabriel, dude. He's the one who would go down and talk to the people and manipulate them. Right? Like, Emet-selch and Elidibus always kind of did it from the shadows. More or less. I don't know if this is true. These are just kind of like my thought. My big thinks. Oh, what was it? Wasn't the other theory that the 12 were more or less also created by La Habrea? Well, I'm not too worried about that particularly, because even with that, what we do know of the La Habrea based on Hades's and Ellie's memories is he wasn't a haughty bitch. He was like probably, from what I can tell, like full of pride and fully into his work and his job and the Convocation, and he just completely bought into it, like they all kind of did. But you know, what was it? There's like a Japanese translation that I saw recently that when Emet-selch, when Hades in the Hades fight summons Igiorm and La Habrea, in the Japanese translation supposedly it said something more like in the English translation he's just like, oh, fire and ice to burn and kick your ass. In the Japanese translation, he says something along the lines of like fiery faith and unbending cold steel is what they represent to him. And so that like La Habrea was always, and Iggy were just kind of, I think, like the rocks of the Convocation. Like, I am completely on board with the decision the Convocation made and Zodiark and blah 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 blah, and that they were that person, right? So I can see how a person who believed so strongly became the person that we knew in Prey, who was just would not sit still and just let things happen, and ended up like fucking himself over, really. It makes sense, though, because the moment I heard it, I was like, oh, he's basically, like, a very passionate, I don't know if zealot would be the word for Zodiark, or at least the Convocation, that over time, over, thousands and thousands of years, became crazy, sort of. Like everyone else did, like all of them did. And it was the same thing for Iggy. Because Iggy was so, tried so hard. Or, she fucked up somehow and she made the void. And basically her penance was that she came to the source and did everything in her power to make sure that, like, the source was at a stage they needed it to be at all times, and worked with La Habrea. I will say, if the La Habrea that we know is Eric, hence, or meaning that the La Habrea that summoned Zodiark was Eric, and that's the person that Ellie always remembers when he remembers people having complete faith in him and doing his job as Zodiark, that makes me sad. Well, especially considering we know that it basically falls apart. And that they more or less just forget about that relationship. Like, Ellie forgets about all of his relationships, more or less. And that La Habrea becomes so obsessed with whatever he's doing that any relationship with the Convocation he had is just not the same. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's the same with, like, Ellie and Azem, and, like, Ellie and Emet-selch, and Emet-selch and... Well, Emet-selch remembered, more or less. He held tight to that. But, yeah, I always find it so interesting that the ancients were, you know, these nearly undying beings, and they were super powerful and all that jazz and blah 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 blah. And that when they became the Asians, and they would just raise people's memories like it didn't affect them at all, and then they themselves, over just like thousands and thousands of years of just ruining people's lives, that they all completely changed from who they used to be. Little bitches. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, it's that's something. It's something that's addressed in the main story several times, but also in the Eden quest line, and just about anything that involves the not unsundered ancients, about how the ancients would make these people remember their past lives, but even then, the memories weren't complete, they weren't correct, and you don't just forget your life as it was as like a human, or as like immortal, when you become an Ascian, and that's proven by like Amon, who was a completely different person from Hermes. Yep. I realized this shoulder is like way too low. That's okay. We will fix. So it's like right here. And then it should probably be like right here-ish. That's still pretty long too. But yeah, like Fan Daniel's a completely different person. They left Metron for dead because he wasn't actually like Metron. And the only thing, like Metron's core memory as like a soul was his love for Logriff. That was the thing he really remembered, and he didn't give a shit about like anything else. And I find that's kind of cool that they just didn't even consider or didn't care. I don't know. What, the case with Metron? Where they just left him for dead? I feel like that's kind of low. Is it? Well, yeah, because they said it's probably easier. He even said it himself. It was probably easier for them to just go find another one than to try and, like, free him. Like, why bother? I don't know. I kind of like that they just kept raising people and didn't even give a shit. Like, assholes. But yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot, mostly because of this. But also, I found my notes on that AU I wanted to do at one point, which it's just an AU setting. It's not really a story. But it's basically where the Convocation of 14 aren't evil. And they're actually kind of not preventing Zodiark, but allowing things to take a natural course, because they know that forcing the issue will cause like calamities and stuff. And they're like, well, we don't want to damage the star anymore. Nature will take its course and they will realign in time anyway. But they're basically it's where the Scions and like the Ascians roles are swapped, and so the Ascians are the good people that you join early on, and eventually they reveal that they're this immortal organization, and that they're like trying to keep balance between the stars and the source and the shards, so that, you know, things aren't completely destroyed. But yeah, I want to make additions to that setting now that I have finished EU. And I just haven't yet. Yeah, I keep meaning to actually, like, share the notes with you guys at some point. Maybe I remember to do that tonight. But, I just forget, because I'm bad. Mostly the biggest issue is like blending the Asians into like the Scion roles. Because it doesn't quite work like that. I think Ellie's hand right here, this one, is one of my favorites. I really like how it turned out. And then I think Nabrialis here has one of my second favorites. Yeah. I will say so far, the mouths are my fucking enemy. Especially with some of the angles I picked, because I was like, oh, challenge myself with this, blah 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 blah. I was stupid. This was a mistake. I can't believe I'm not working on Hermes while the Elpis theme is going on. But yeah, all of this chaos that is everybody's curly hair is the big reason I'm not trying to lose my mind too much about the line art being, like, pristine. It's okay. I kind of like it. I kind of like the messy or organic look sometimes. Most of the time. Make it poofier. Poofy boy. Poofy poof. God, Fire Emblem would be fun to play on stream. But nobody's gonna watch me play Fire Emblem Fates. I don't think it's as entertaining. And everybody's hooked on the new one that came out too. Hi, Po. I mean, it's mostly just because I don't think it's like Oh. I just don't think it would be particularly entertaining for people to watch. Stop. No. I'm wondering why that's a meme. It is kind of weird. I don't know. It didn't really bother me because it made sense for him, sort of. It was weird. He thinks you did a lot of things. Yeah. Look. I'm not really gonna be out here defending Fates' writing all the time. Sometimes. Not all the time. Most of the time not, probably, actually, but I don't know. I liked it. It's kind of my favorite one. Like, Awakening is really fucking good, and it was the first one I ever played. But I don't know, I really enjoyed Fates. Something about it, I don't know. I really liked it. Yeah, if I remember correctly, you say something to him that, like, no, it's not what it seems, blah blah blah, and he's like, okay, then convince me. Or something, basically. But you kill him anyway, it's upsetting. The writing is very... It can be really good. It has some good ideas and some really good moments, which are really what kind of kept me. But there are some bits that I'm like, I don't know about that. Well, the gameplay was the same as any other one for the most part. I liked most of the characters, but you could kind of tell who they gave all of the character to, and then a bunch of the other characters were just slapped in there and given very basic traits, and you're like, oh, well, I just don't use them. I don't interact with them, if that's the case, because I get bored. See, I agree. Kind of. Nor and the Nor group were great fucking characters and interesting fucking characters. Oh, I actually really like Ryoma's vassals. The Kagero and Saizo. Those two were I actually liked a lot. But most of them I did not care. And that includes not, like, I did not give a fuck about Hinoka. Yeah, they were the two ninjas. Which I can see people not being too interested in them. Oh. Hinata and, Oboro? Or Orochi? Those were Takumi's vassals. Who I actually ended up liking Hinata later in the game. Because, I replayed it a dozen fucking times. I replayed it a dozen fucking times, and I ended up actually really liking Hinata to the point that, like, in one of my playthroughs I married him, sort of. Because I basically did a playthrough where I leveled up to A rank with everybody and S rank, and then I could just go through my saves and see all of the marriage scenes and mess around with it for a little bit, go back to the other save and do somebody else. So I did a lot of that. And so I married him at one point, and he was actually, like, really nice and really cool, and I appreciated his personality and what he was doing and who he was, but initially he was so fucking vanilla. And I was like, you're so boring. Your poor baby, so boring. I ended up being okay with him. I never really came around on Oboro. She was okay. Hinoka and her vassals bore the fuck out of me. I could not stand her. And like people make fun of Camilla all the time for being like, you know, the sister romance thing going on that she has. When yes, that is what they're going for, but canonically in the story it's more that just that she adores everyone and expresses herself affectionately. And it's actually not romantic because when you romance her, she's actually really surprised by it. But she is a trope. It's fine. Right? Like, I forgive it because she is also really interesting because she's actually, like, really, really compassionate, and when the main character swaps sides and starts trying to, like, convince the Nor siblings of, like, the evil that's going on, Camilla's the one who actually ends up listening. I mean, so does Leo, technically. Leo does. They all fucking... Look, the Nor siblings were so much fucking better than the, Hoshiden siblings. Like, by a long shot. And that's upsetting to me. It actually made me sad that, like, the conquest line ended up being so much better. To me. Yes! Elise! Elise was better than Sakura, too. Like, Sakura was cute and all. But, like, also in terms of, like, as a unit, both narratively and in gameplay-wise, Elise was so much better. Because Sakura died so easily, dude. Yeah! Yeah, I really thought she was gonna be, like, secretly... Not yandere, but where they're, like, cute princessy, but, like, murder-happy type. I thought she was gonna be that. And she wasn't. She was actually, like, innocent baby, and sweetheart, and caring, and loving, and a big part of the reason that, like, Corrin's plan works in any story. Like, she was active in it because she always supported the main character regardless, and she always wanted to, like, create peace between her and everybody else. And even if it was, like, out of innocence and not, like, political standing. But I was actually really impressed that that was what they went with and not, like, crazy princess. Which is where I thought they were gonna go. Yeah, I love her. So the thing is when I very first played the game, I had to play Conquest anyway, just because of the way I had the physical copy, and when you bought a physical copy of one of them, you could get, the one that I was given, because it was a gift, was the one that, like, you got a physical copy of one, but you had the code to get the digital copy of the other one. Yes. Hoshida was, like, super vanilla compared to, like, how good the Nor storyline was. The fancy one. No, it was just basic. That's how you would usually end up buying the game. You would buy one of them, and then you could digitally buy the other one, but the one I had came with the digital code for the other one. But I couldn't put it into the game until I got to a certain part, which was after you made the decision. So I had to play Conquest first. Well, I mean, I guess I could have just gotten to the point where you could buy it and then stopped my Conquest playthrough, started the other one. But I didn't want to do that. I committed to the one that I picked. You own the fancy one. The third game, or like a deluxe edition where it came with all three of them or something. But yeah, even with that being the case, I had planned on picking... I had already fallen in love with the Conquest siblings, and I thought the decision was actually, like, really bad timing, because they did not give you any reason to pick the birthright siblings. Outside of the fact that you knew Ganon, whatever his name was evil. You knew that. And that was really the only motivation to not go back with the Nora siblings. And I was like, but I feel like I would still go back with my family. Like, yes, they say the Hoshiden siblings are like your actual siblings, which they're not. They were the ones that were supposed to be your siblings, but they're still not blood related to you. And not go with the family, the siblings specifically. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I want to find out what's happening with the king. This is my family that raised me, taught me how to fight, took care of me, gives a fuck about me. Like, I'm going home with them. And then, like, all hell breaks loose because you make that fucking decision, right? And then Xander fucking kicks Ryoma's ass because Xander's a fucking beautiful, beautiful man. God, honestly, the actual second Xander was on screen in, like, the first part of the game, like, one of the very first scenes where, like, you're in the tower, and they're like, oh, go train with him. The second I saw him, I was like, oh, yes! That's my boy! You bet your ass. You bet your ass I married that bitch. Did I marry him in my first playthrough? I don't think I did, actually. I think in my first playthrough, I ended up really liking Silas. And I was like, okay, well, I'll go with one of my neutral characters, which was Silas or, Kaze, who are both great options too. They're amazing options. And then I'll do a Xander one, because of course. You wanted to get gay married. Yeah. I mean, I played a female, and the female gay option is not good. So I didn't end up doing that. I did really like Niles, though, actually. No, you don't get the child if you gay marry. Which, I mean, of course, you don't. The female gay option is awful. First of all, it's hidden behind having kids. Like, it's one of the children. And I'm like, I get that it's an adult, so it doesn't bother me that it's a child, but it's annoying to get, and she's awful. Like, she's the Tharja equivalent character. But I was like, you guys did not remake Tharja the way you think you did. Because Tharja was, like, charming in her craziness. This girl makes me want to punch her. Like, I don't know exactly how to describe why Tharja worked for me, and, Rajat? Rajat was her name, I think? Rajat did not work for me. Even though they were like, people are like, they're the same person, and I'm like, I guess so, but it is not the same. Like, the relationship isn't the same. It's strange. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tharja ends up liking you because you spare her life. And she doesn't understand why. And then she kind of obsesses, and then it becomes romantic. Whereas Rajat is just a crazy bitch. Who, and like, like, I don't understand why she's crazy. And she's like the daughter of the childish character in the game. Which, again, meh. But he sucks. He's so boring. He takes forever to level up, and he doesn't really have a good love interest. I don't remember who I, like, just married him off to get his kid at one point. Like, I didn't care about him at all. Whereas, like, Niles is easily accessible. He's like one of the he's like the 6th character you get or something. You get him quick, he's great character, he's easy to, like, work with. Whereas Rajat, you have to, like, take forever to even get her. Oh my god. The kids are the worst part. The kids are the worst part. They're terrible. Not a single one of them is, like, actually written well. And I'm like, the people liked the kid system in Awakening because, well, I mean, because you could make powerful kids. But also, the kids were good. Like, Lucina really pissed me off in Awakening because she was a little brat, but it made total sense that she was kind of a bitch. It made sense. And then, like, all of the other kids, for the most part, like, some of them are forgettable, but at least a handful of them are really good. They tell you added kids because they thought everyone would. Yeah, they added the kid system because people liked it from Awakening. It makes zero sense in the story. They're all written Yes, they just tagged it on because people wanted it, and then didn't actually come up with a good explanation as to why you could have the kids. And I was like, then why do it at all? If you can't do it well, then don't do it. Or just take the extra time to come up with a good reason. Like, yeah, Inigo, Owain, Cervera, they were so popular they put them in Fates. I would say that like the main character kid too. What was his set name or her set name? Morgan. Morgan was pretty good. Which I can't say the same for like Kana in Fates because he acts a whole lot younger than he looks, which was my biggest problem with him. Like he acts like a baby and he looks like he's supposed to be, I mean, I guess he looks 13ish, but he acts like he's 6. And I'm like, motherfucker, if you call me mom, like mama or mommy one more fucking time. And then this kid would just kill people. And I'm like, I can't. Like, I can't reconcile these two because Morgan in Awakening was a strange kid. Whether they were male or female, they were a little different. Yeah, he acted like an 8-year-old. He acted way too young for, like, the situation. And I'm like, they made him a bit too young for me. Like, they needed to make him just a tiny bit older acting. Just a little bit. Yeah, why the fuck is there an 8-year-old? Yeah, so I didn't like him. I mean, he was cute. She was cute. But he was too childish for the situation. And I'm like, there is no way. This kid is so... I can't reconcile that this is a kid on my team that is over here murdering people and fighting zombies. It's not the same person. Like, I can't. I'm waiting for you to finish your thought. Oh, I totally forgot about that kid. Yeah, Arthur's kid. Arthur is like All Might. Oh my god, Elise's retainers were kind of the most forgettable for me. Percy. I barely remember what this kid looks like. He was kind of like his dad though, right? If I'm remembering. But yeah, Elise's retainers were cute and all, but they were the most forgettable part of Conquest, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, the girl. Whose name I forget, see? I can't remember. Like, I remember her personality. She was like Sleepy Night. She was really super chill. But even then, it was meh. Arthur was just silly. Who do we want to do next? She was cute. Yeah, well, she was ripped to carry all that armor. Yeah! That's the kid. Actual baby. Yeah, he was like baby looking. And especially if you're gonna make them like marriage or dateable options, can you at least make them act older? Like, I know you want to make cute characters and that whatever, right? Whatever. But can you at least make them seem like they're intelligent enough to be considered adults or teenagers at least? Not an 8-year-old? Please, it's weird. It's just it's not even weird in terms of like, well, not even just weird in terms of like the fact that like Korn can marry them, which I don't know who would. I don't know who picked that option short of just seeing why. Like, that would be one of those things where I'm like, well, I just want to see how this fucking turns out. This is weird. But to be fair, I wasn't a fan of, like, marrying the kids in Awakening either. Even though they were all 16 to 20 or something. We don't really have ages. In Awakening act like adults. Yeah, they act like adults because they were a part of a war. Well, Noe has a reason for acting the way she does. They explain it. I liked Noe. I think during one of my male... You married Loren? I do like Loren. He's pretty good. He was surprisingly good because I did not give a shit about Muriel, but then I really liked her son. Oh yeah, he's 5 years older than everybody else because he showed up earlier. Yeah. I actually really ended up liking him more than his mom. Because I didn't care about Muriel that much. Oh, Scrawl, first, pick who do you want to do next? Okay. But, yeah, I found it just a little strange in Awakening. Not that I don't, like, so a lot of people would pair, like, Robin and Lucina. Because they had good chemistry, and that actually leads to an interesting conversation because she's put in a situation where she has to kill him several times. And I'm like, yeah, that's cute and all, but I do find it a little weird because he knows this kid. He knows her. He's seen the baby. He knows who the baby is. And I was like, I don't know, I don't have that attraction to her. She's my best friend's baby. She's more like a goddaughter to me. Like, I would fucking protect her with my life. I mean, the only thing is that you don't get good options with her if you are just Crom's friend. You either have to be her mom or her romantic interest. And I'm like, I 100% think Robin was like her godparent. Oh, I was talking about the kids and marrying off the kids. And how I like... Yeah. I mean, it applies to most of the kids. I mean, it's not I ended up at one point, I did marry Yarn. Because I thought it would be fun. Because I wanted a Tangul Morgan. And I was female, so I had to marry Yarn. Which turned out to actually be really cute. Which one was my last comment that you heard? Rightful King. Was Inigo Crom's kid in your playthrough? Oh. In my first playthrough, I just went with Sumiya. I went the canon route. I find it really funny that if all of his options get married off, he'll just marry a random person. It's like a random villager you never see. It never interacts or has anything to do with the story. It's pretty fun. Yep. But yeah, I don't know. The kids were really good in Awakening. And they were really bad in Fates. Like, with the exception of Takumi's kid was pretty good. He was okay. I liked him. Shiro was okay. And Sigbert was okay. Owain's daughter was good. And Inigo's daughter was good. Olivia and Soleil? Because I wanted a second to try and like plan out everyone's best route. And I had to play Femme, so I had another option to pass down Gale Force. I did not marry any of the kids on my first playthrough because I married everyone before the kids before they joined the party. Because I found out that you could go around and collect all the kids, and I was like, oh, let me marry everyone off real fast so I can go get kids. I'll just get them all in one fell swoop. And, that's what I did. So I married everybody off and then went and picked up all the kids. And I think I basically married everyone off to their expected ones. For the most part, like, I think my first playthrough... Oh, my Robin was hella in the equation because I was like, oh, do I get a kid? I want to know what my kid's like. I want to have a kid. And then you did, and I loved it. But I think, what was it, my first playthrough, I ended up picking... Oh! I fell in love with Gaius the immediate second I saw him. I was like, that's my type. That's my type. That's him right there. I want him. I want that one. That one's mine. And so I immediately picked him. Married him. I adored him. Yep. Like, the second he showed up on screen, I was like, oh, you're cute. I really like you. And then he became, like, in my story of it all, like, Robin and Crom were best friends, and then Gaius and Crom were best friends, because they were guys, and they would try and talk to each other, and Crom's, like, weird, and Gaius would try to, like, show him how to be normal, and that was kind of the dynamic, which was their sort of their dynamic in, their conversations, too. Because Gaius tries to take Crom out on the town undercover in one of the conversations, and I find that really cute. But yeah, fell in love with Gaius immediately and started building up that support right off the bat on my first playthrough. And then... What? Who else did I marry together my first play? Well, my first one, Sully, and, oh my god, Soft Green Boy, who I love. What was his name? Sully and the other knight, the green one. Stall! Yes! Married those two together because they were super cute. And he was super cute, and I loved him. Yeah, they were cute. Married them. I think I also did Lisa and Long Q the first time. Because their supports were something like he ended up being her bodyguard that she didn't really want. And I thought that was really cute. And it was really funny with how their son turned out with Owain. It was silly. But those two I think I married my first time. I then eventually married myself to Long Q, which I also really liked. I really liked that dynamic as well. It was Muriel and Vike, yeah. No, wait, was it? Was it Muriel? No. For me, it was Muriel and Kellum, because those two were the two I didn't give a fuck about. So they ended up just being stuck together. I think Vike ended up with... Nope, I lied. Because Mary Bell ended up with Donnell. She did end up with Vike at one point, though. I did pair her with Vike at one point. Oh no. Actually, no, I think I did do Mary Bell and Vike the first time, and I think my first playthrough Donnell remained unmarried. I think that's what happened the first time. I'm not entirely certain though. I don't really remember completely if it was the opposite way around or not. Like if Vike and Mirabelle were the first ones I made, and then did Donnell and Mirabelle a different playthrough. Starting so low that it just makes it like slightly subpar instead of terrible. I didn't understand, my first playthrough I didn't even understand the stat system. I just picked people that I liked together. And then people were like, oh, here's the best way you can marry them to get the best stats. And it just didn't make any sense to me. I was like, ew, these suck. I'm not gonna do that. I did do Noe and Gregor my first time. That was pretty cute. I mean, it's depressing because he's like the oldest and like most likely to die at this point. So they aren't together very long for her. But they have a really cute dynamic because he has like, well, I'm fucking cool and invincible, and she's just like a little ray of sunshine, and I think they get along pretty cute. You never thought of it that way. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you never... I'm sorry to curse you with that information. I mean, I think in her conversation with him, she talks about how everyone she knows is gonna die. And that's like her one big depression point, is that she knows that she loves everyone here and that she won't be able to spend her life with them. They're all gonna die. And I think she makes Gregor promise to her that he'll stay alive as long as possible, and he's like, of course I will, I'm the best. And you're like, oh my god, it's so fucking cute. Yeah, Gregor and Noe. Who else was, it was Frederick and Cordelia. Mia and Crom. You didn't use Frederick? What? What? Usually, I mean, I guess he did suffer from, like, you can't really... No, he was good. He was a good... No. No. I loved that man. I loved that man so much. I fucking adored him. I don't give a shit. He was amazing. He was like the best character early on. He was great. And he was the only one who was like, I don't trust your bitch ass. And I was like, I agree, I don't trust my bitch ass either. You never used him. I can't even with you. I meant, like, personality-wise. The best unit early on and throughout the game was fucking Robin and Crom. They were tanks from the very beginning. I never had that problem. I just leveled everybody. I'm so confused. I didn't do anything to him. Yeah, the classic games where you had to... where you couldn't grind. Yeah. I mean, I could see where you care a bit more about, like, using your EXP wisely, but even then, I still just pick whoever the fuck I want. I'm just like, I don't give a shit. But I really liked Frederick in terms of, like, personality, right? Like, I really enjoyed him. He was, like, the voice of reason, that's the word. Really? My Crom was a fucking beast. So was Robin. Like, they would not die. They could not die. Short of, like, bullshit. Really? Crom was like, Crom, Robin, Gaius, like, Long Q, were all in, like, in my vanguard. And then Sumiya would usually be under Crom to support him, and for movement reasons if he needed to be moved. But I never had a problem with him. He was fine. But yeah, like, my whole Vanguard team was Crom, Robin, Long Q, Lucina, maybe Owain and Inigo if I decided to level them. But for the most part, it was like those four was Crom, Robin, Gaius, and Long Q. And then I think I used Lisa a lot more, because I made her a war cleric my first playthrough. Because I really liked the imagery, I guess. I thought it worked for her. But I think on, like, my second playthrough or something, people were like, no, make her a fucking sage. She's invincible. And I was like, okay. I don't know, the war cleric thing just made sense to me. But then they were like, no, make her a sage, because she has, like, blah 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 blah, these are the stats or something. And I was like, I don't understand any of that, but sure. Yeah, so she ended up being pretty good too. Oh, who did Olivia end up with? I know in one of my playthroughs she ended up with Vike at one point, and then in another one she ended up with Donnell. And then there were like 4 other playthroughs that I can't remember. Oh, I think she was with Long Q! I think she was with Long Q the first time. That's true. I don't even have the ability to do that, unfortunately. We could have polls about who gets to marry who. I don't remember if it was Donnell. I don't remember, because I replayed it so many times that I forget which ones I did my first time versus which ones I actually liked versus which ones I thought were just silly. Like, I know I did Cordelia and Rickon at one point, because they were kind of cute. I did not like Cordelia. I just kind of gave her to whoever. She was really only there for mobility. That was it. Yeah, I didn't like her, and then I really didn't like her clone in Fates. What was her name? It was one of the kids. One of the kids, it was Tsubaki's kid. I fucking hated that kid. She annoyed the fuck out of me. I can't remember the kid's name, though. I don't remember exactly why she was annoying. I think it's because she had like a reputation for being like, oh, Miss Perfect, even though she's like, oh, I'm far from perfect. I mess up all the time and I blah 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 blah. But she was like great at everything. And I don't know, I just didn't like her. Oh yeah, there is. I think I did that once just for fun. Because I saw her my first playthrough and I was like, wait. That's fucking... That's Cordelia. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't like her. I don't know if I liked any of the female children. Can't remember his name. What did he look like? Age dude you have dinner with. The guy, the optional dude? The guy who owns the fucking hot spring and is a whole bitch? God damn it. That's funny. I hated that fucking guy. I was so confused. Like, I don't remember which playthrough it was, but there's a playthrough where he dies, but the death is so comical that I was like, wait, is he actually dead or not? And I didn't, but he never showed up again, so I was like, I guess he died? I'm so confused. Oh, Revelations. Yeah, he dies, and it's like played up for silly shit. And I'm like, wait, is he like not actually dead? Is he gonna reveal he's not actually dead? And then he never did, and then he never showed up again, and I was like, I guess he died. I don't understand. And then he just goes, bleh. And then he's dead, and you're like, wait, what? What just happened? Yeah. I was offended. Oh my god. That's my husband. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Kageto. Yeah, she's cool. Nope, we're talking about somebody else if it's a Wyvern Rider. There's no Wyvern Riders on the Hoshiden side. Do you mean Charlotte? Not Charlotte. Scarlet. Scarlet. The girl in the red armor. Okay. She dies. Oh, so both of the people you like- I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did like her. She was cute. Yeah, she dies. You refused to marry Elise. I wanted her to be my little sis and only my little sis. Sure. Oh, I don't have that kind of thing. I was marrying people off to each other left and right. It was silly. Like, I know on my very first playthrough of Revelations, I was like, alright, I want to marry Xander, but I find it so much funnier to just marry all of the Nora and Hoshiden siblings to each other, because I found it so fucking entertaining. It was so dumb. I married her to no, I did not marry her to Benny my first time through. I married Benny to Charlotte my first time through. Yep. Because of course that's what you're gonna do. You're like, this is what we have to do now. I think that was just about everybody's first idea, was to do that. You were actually, like, big brothering her and be like, these men aren't good enough for you. Oh my god. I think I actually ended up marrying her to Arthur. Her first playthrough. Like, I think just about everybody more or less married their retainers if they could. Like, Xander was married off to Perry. No. Well, he was at one point. He was married off to Perry. again, I did like a dozen fucking playthroughs, and I don't remember who was who. I know I always, like, the Owain, Inigo, and Cervera trio, I always ended up, like, intermarrying them. Unless I was playing with something else, right? Because Cervera and Inigo are really cute together, and then Cervera and Owain are actually also really cute together. She is so gay and cannot marry a woman, so the only man she is allowed to marry is me. That's silly. I am upset we couldn't ship her with, we couldn't put her with Olivia. Yeah. Well, it's kind of played up that she does that because her dad taught her to do that. But I'm like, I don't think that's how that works. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't make more than one option her. There's only one gay option, and there's only one lesbian option, and there's only one in one game and one in the other game. And one's a whole lot harder to get to than the other one. And I'm like, why didn't you make, like, a couple options? Because there's a few good options in here that you could have just made gay. And then, like, they're like, okay, well, if you do that, you don't get the kids. And I'm like, I don't think the people care. If they want the kids, they'll just marry otherwise. Like, it's fine. But let the player decide what they want. Yeah, I feel like I remember that. Well, you can have that option, right? But I would say, like, you could have a couple of each. Like, I totally like the idea that, like, Kaze could have been bisexual too, because he was in love with Corrin. He was supposed to be her retainer. Or his. He was supposed to be Corrin's retainer before Corrin was kidnapped. I feel like, what was her name? Rinka? Rinka could have been a good lesbian option too. I fucking loved Kaze. I mean, they kind of put a few more in Three Houses. They had a couple options that were either or. But my whole thing is, I'm like, why didn't you just make all of them either or at this point? There's no reason not to in Three Houses. Like, in Fates and Awakening, you can argue that, like, the kid system depends on the fact that these two characters are having biological kids. Sure, whatever, right? Like, sure. Oh, Midori. Midori was so cute. Yeah, and they were like, oh, we have more gay characters. And I'm like, but why not? At this point, just make it all. Make them all marriageable. Like, especially in this game, because the kid system isn't a thing. And you don't even find out what happens until the very end anyway. So there's no reason to not just let people have that. Because I hella wanted to play as, like, male Byleth, because I liked his design better than female Byleth. And then marry Crom. Not Crom. Marry Claude. But they were like, oh, Claude's not gay. And I'm like, how is Claude not like a bisexual option? You're full of shit. Like, I never felt bullshitted so hard in my life. Did you play that one, or have you just seen stuff about it? Because I know I've bitched about it before. Haven't gotten far. Ew, the Black Eagles route is the worst one. Or it's one of the worst ones. In my opinion, I hated it. Yeah, God damn it. If I keep doing that, I'm gonna kill myself, because I love Claude and I don't love Crom romantically. He is not a gay option, which I don't believe. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You're full of shit. Also, people argue that, like, they don't believe that Edelgard isn't a gay option too, because she's totally like lesbians. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. Oh, fuck. All I was saying is that, like, yeah, Claude isn't a romanceable gay option. Start it, I think that's all I said, is that Claude isn't romanceable as a gay option. Which I just... Oh! I think the other thing I said was that Edelgard. I don't know if you missed that part. That people are saying Edelgard should be lesbian option, and she's not. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. She should be. Yeah. I mean, I don't like her. But I can totally see that. And I'm like, I mean... Yeah, I'd be down. All of the gay characters that I remember are... I think... Dorothea. The characters that are marryable. I know Dorothea is one. Mercedes. Linhardt? I think Linhardt is one. Who were the other ones? There weren't, I don't think Ferdinand was one, because I would have done that. No, you're thinking of Sylvain. Sylvain only flirts with girls. Sylvain is straight as fuck. He is in fact a fuckboy. He auto-joins your team if you're a girl. It's pretty great. Like, the first second you talk to him, he's like, I'll join your class, because you're hot. And you're like, okay. He actually has a good story. He has a good story going on there, but he is basically a fuckboy. Who are the other It's gonna bother me. Oh, I know, Emil is a gay option that people were happy about. Oh, time skip to do is hot. Yeah, he's really good. I really like him. Yes. Which weird guy? Which one? You gotta be way more specific. Oh, Jaritza. I think his name is also Emil or something. But yeah. Um, you I think you find out more about that in the Black Eagles route, if I remember. Or there's also might be DLC about it. He is pretty good. Hold on, I got distracted trying to remember who was who, so give me just a second. Okay. Oh, maybe they changed it because I don't remember this, but it says so if you are female, you can marry Rhea, which is fucking weird to me. Sothis, which I guess might be like DLC, because that's kind of weird. Unless this is no. Then Dorothea, and then Mercedes. So I had most. Oh, and it says you can marry Edelgard as a female if you pick the Black Eagle route. I don't remember this, but I find that incredibly unfair if that's the case. Um. I I would find it very weird if you married Rhea in any context. It's creepy. It's weird. That's weird. I don't like that at all. I don't think this is all correct. Hold on. Well, you don't need to know much of it. Like, in the opening cutscene that you meet her, she's like, weird, crazy person. Oh. Like, just the way she acts, it's like, I don't trust you at all. I don't remember the list. I know that, like, the female lesbian option pool is a little bit bigger. And my biggest thing is I'm like, I feel like all three of the main houses, the main house characters, so Edelgard, Dimitri, and Claude, should have been bisexual. Should have been bisexual. I feel like it should have been the case. And then I find it also kind of funny that some characters were not considered gay, but then when you beat the game, they do like where are they now, the where are they now things, and some of them are like in gay relationships with the other characters, and you're like, since when? What? Like, it's not that I don't ship it, it's that you said I couldn't. You bitch. You lied to me. Yeah, basically, it was this one person is... I mean, this is the one person they can be in love with. Because, I mean, it's not really a spoiler. You don't actually really get to pick who they end up with. You kind of can. You can push relationships here and there that you like. But, like, if you get everyone up to S rank with each other, or A rank with each other, it doesn't... They all end up in different places, and I think the game, like, basically not at random, but there are certain relationships that, like, take priority or something. It's weird. Yes. It's more like that. Who do we want to do next? We have Judelafon, Logreef, Neutron, Pastero, Halmarat? M, Nabrialis, Ultima, and Iggy. The lovers. Okay. Yeah, I think I was actually, like, more disappointed in Three Houses than I was in, like, Bates. Even though Bates's writing is worse, I think. But I think it's just that, like, Three Houses ended up annoying the hell out of me. For stupid stuff. Like, they had all of the ability to make certain things work and they just didn't. I think it also annoyed me that even though there was kind of a romantic option, you don't get to see that until the very end. You don't get to do anything with that. So I couldn't do what I did in all the other games, which was level everybody up to like marriage level and then pick randomly. And it's because you pick at a certain point, basically, and then you play to the end of the game, and I didn't find it quite as fun to play around with. Because I'm like, well, I'm always gonna pick the house leader then. Because those are the people I like. Burn my bread. I mean, granted, I picked Claude before... No, come back. Feel so abandoned. He said real quick and he lied. That wasn't quick. Dinner. Now I'm hungry. I might take a little break to go put in a pizza. Pizza. Yeah, let me get a bit more of Log Roof done, and then I'll take a short break and go throw in a pizza. And I'll come right back. Oh my god, you made me so hungry by saying that. I was like fighting it off. I kind of wanted all of their limbs to be more tangled together at one point or another. But I found that it just like... I was afraid it just wouldn't be readable. As to like what was happening. But I don't know. They all kind of ended up being pretty separate from each other for the most part. But yeah, I initially wanted it to be like really chaotic and they're really like intertwined. But I don't know, I just didn't end up doing that. I'm kind of wondering what you're actually hearing, though, or if you're just making jokes. I may have been leaning too close to the mic. Oh. You made me nervous. I was like, oh my god. What the heck are they hearing? Okay. I'm gonna go turn on that oven and get that pizza ready and go take a walk break. It'll be just like a couple minutes, if that. Be back in just a little bit. Oh, you can't even see that. That's funny. There you go. I am alive. I gotta set a pizza alarm that I'll forget about and it'll scare the shit out of me. Pizza. Pizza. I keep thinking like, oh, I'll finish up like 1 or 2 more people and then I'll stop and I'll go play 14. But there's fucking emergency maintenance going on. Stupid. That makes me a sad bean. I am a sad potato. I am North American. Oh, I thought they said it was going to be out today and tomorrow. I'm not EU. What? 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 I'm an NA server. Primal's an NA server. I'm confused, Poe. Is he memeing? You can't fuck with me too much. I'm kinda dumb sometimes, you guys. I'm sorry. Which worked to my advantage in middle school, because they would make fun of me and I just wouldn't get the jokes, so I wouldn't, like, be upset. I'd be like, what the fuck do you mean by that? It's dumb. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. I feel like Poe, of all people, should know how dumb I am sometimes. Oh, you can't meme on me all the time. I'm too dumb. This kitten's acting up out there. Kitty. Hold on, I'm trying to get the affections of a cat. Oh. Oh no. Oh, was it the manticore? Did they kill everybody? Oh. What? What were you playing as? levels and leaving the rest of us behind with the mob. Which, if they're new, they don't realize you can just go in the sand and skip them. Oh. I don't ever do that mechanic right. I can't say anything. I always forget. Oh no. That's funny. Always do everything in my power to clear the first go in groups like that, because the moment you like die and everybody has to reset and be like, okay, what the fuck happened, and they start talking to each other and shit just hits the fan and you're like, no, I just want to, please, I just want to keep going. I just want to get past it. Like, I'm begging, please don't start fights. I mean, it sure is funny when I do it. Because I'm like, oh, I've been playing this game for like 6 or 7 years or something. And then it's like, Cutter's Cry mechanic, and I'm like, oh, fuck. I don't fucking know what I'm doing. I don't know, in most dungeons, I just usually act like I don't know what I'm doing because I mean, usually don't, actually. I forget a lot of stuff. Until I'm potentially put in a position to have to reveal that I know exactly what I'm doing. Like, I don't remember what I was in. It was something, I think it was some alliance raid or something, where the other healer kept dying. They kept dying, they couldn't stay alive, they couldn't get it together. Or maybe it wasn't heal, it's somebody. Somebody kept dying. And I was like, oh my god, I actually have to, like, keep these people alive. I have a pretty okay memory for mechanics. But the thing is that, like, a lot of ARR's dungeon I blasted through, like, 7 years ago, right? So I never really learned them. I just kind of powered through and then was like, never doing that again. Which is why people are like, do you remember this dungeon? And I'm like, no, but I have it unlocked, so I don't know. Like, what's the one? The Silver Tier Lake one, where you go up to Midgard somewhere? I did that. Actually, probably the only reason I remember it is because of this story. I asked for help with my FC group at the time, or I was saying that that's where I was, somebody offered help, something like that. And he was like, oh, you met him! You actually met this person. He was, Engel. When we were on Aether, he's Engel. He offered to help me, and we unsynced it. And we initially went through as both DPS. It was just two of us. We went through as both DPS, and we got really far. We got to, like, the last boss or something. And he was like, maybe I should have come healer. We'll just do it again. But a lot of my FC groups, my FC members are like, we can just unsync it and take you through if you want, since you don't seem to care that much about the dungeon. And I was like, sure. And that's what I did. Mm-hmm. Okay. I was also very shy with my FC group. But they were really nice. I really liked them. I mean, a handful of the people you met when you were helping us with, Hades farming. That's what you were helping us with. You met a couple of, like... Oh, a couple of them have been my FC members. for a long time. We were all in a different FC when we were all on Diabolos together. And then a bunch of us transferred here. And we joined a different friend's FC. Who they had met through raiding, I think. And everybody was moving here, so we all just came here. And then a bunch of them knew each other from, like, Final Fantasy 11 days, too. Jesus Christ. Okay, I gotta go get my pizza. My alarm, I said it was gonna scare me, and I was correct, it did. My heart. Whew. Okay, give me 1 second to go get my pizza. What happened? What did I miss? We were talking about my crippling... Also, Rabbit loves us more than her old friends. Oh. Sure. No, I'm teasing. No, I love you all equally. It's all like... You know how you have different friends for like different conversations and different like purposes? That's kind of it. Yay! It's supposed to go on for maintenance here in, what, Scrawl said like 4 hours or something. I know you were teasing. I mean, it's enough time to get on and do a couple things. Poor Savvy. I'm at least gonna finish Metron here. Because of you finally are able to like get on and do some stuff and maintenance is happening. Sabby isn't poor. Sabby gets fed her cat boy all day, every day. And look, she's living her best life. Not general poor Sabby. The rest of us are out here scrounging for scraps. I mean, I actually can't say too much. I am also fairly well fed. Oh yeah, the Garaha fans are like spoiled people. Yeah, I guess so. God, all of this music just makes me want to play Eternal Sonata again. Yeah, I'll see if I can't get that working like in the next day or two. And if I can't, then I'll like put a poll out on Twitter or something about it. Lulu's enemy. Where are you in the game? I mean, I know one of Lulu's enemies. Oh, because Savvy didn't want Lulu's parents to get together. I remember this conversation. Nothing's happening right now, Scrawl. I'm just, focusing. He can't hear me. I said there was nothing going on. I'm just focusing. But yeah, I'm gonna focus up on finishing up Metron. Just gonna finish this last part, and then I'm gonna eat my pizza and maybe come play some games with Savvy. Pizza. But it's probably a good time to take a break from this piece. If you spend too much time on it, you start like losing your fucking mind. Woo! 1, 2, 3. We got 6 of the bitches done. We're almost halfway there. Yay! Depending on what happens, I might stream some more again tomorrow. We'll kind of see how it goes. But for right now, I'm gonna eat my pizza and chill and be done for the night. But thank you so much for hanging out and talking with me about Fire Emblem and other stupid shit. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Okay, bye. Thank you.